Check, check. Check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Implodian Presents World Junior Online Tournament. We're going to start in like 4 minutes here. This is going to be a combined tournament with 4 different class prizes. You got K8, K12, K3, and K5. And we have a really, really good group here. This is the second World Junior Online Tournament. The first was won by Charlie Reese. Was first overall in that one. I'm going to start this in about 3 minutes. Also, shout out to our sponsors. Wonderful startup clothing line from a student from the Fashion and Design School of University of Michigan. Started this clothing line and they chose to sponsor us. Wonderful. At bcwarts.com. bcwarts.com is he has a great fashion line, unique designs, original clothing line. So please check that out at bcwarts.com. bcwarts.com, and that line, that clothing line, is called Wonderful. We're going to start this in about 2 minutes. Please drop a chat. Anyone in the chat, I make sure that I'm looking at your comments in the chat. Shout out to everybody that's listening in the chat. Shout out to all the parents that signed their children up for the World Junior Online chess tournament. We're going to be having these every week, except for the first Sunday where we're going to have an open tournament where there will be a grandmaster invited to the tournament. One minute until the start. One minute and 20 seconds to the start of our World Junior Online Tournament. It is Sunday, the 20th. We also have one on the 27th, this upcoming Sunday. You can register for that one at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. You can register for that tournament there. I am the coach, Brian Wilson, and I am going to be your commentator for today's games. What a better time to play chess, stay at home, being safe, but also we can play chess against others while we are at home. Lucky for us that chess is our game. 30 seconds until the start. We have 28 players. Might have been one short. I think it should have been 29, but here we go. And we are off here. There's 14 games going on now. Since it's not an odd number, everyone should have someone to play. And right now we're watching A-Hill 2020-21 versus Game Is My Name. And the first thing we look at when we're looking at chess games is try to find what's the difference between black and white here. This is a Spanish game here. Spanish game is signified by the bishop going to b5 instead of c4. Bishop on c4 will be the Italian game. Bishop on b5 is the Spanish game. As we see the move bishop takes c6, black should play d takes c6. He does. And it looks like white might want to play the move knight takes e5. But black could go for the move bishop to d4. He goes queen to d4, which double attacks the knight on e5, but also the pawn on e4. But the problem here is that knight f3 attacks the queen. So Ahil kind of moved a little too fast for that and didn't really think here. Now he really moved fast and allows the move e5 here, and that forks the queen and the knight, and Ahil is going to lose a piece in the opening there, mainly because of quick moves. Remember, guys, you have 15 minutes. When you have 15 minutes, you should think at least 15 seconds on your clock. And that means that would guarantee you would have about a third of the total time left at the end of an average game, which is about 40 moves. So if you're playing a 30-minute game, 30 seconds is the least you should think on every move. 15 minutes with 5-second increment here, we should at least think for about 15 to 20 seconds on every move. And that'll stop us from making those blunders. Shout out to everyone in the chat that's watching. Shout out to the parents that are doing a really good job keeping their kids involved in chess. Since we're shut down, we can't play any physical tournaments right now. But kids, thank your parents for finding something constructive to do, like play chess at home. So shout out to all the parents out there. Let's go to a different game here. All right, let's look at the game. We have Loose Hornet versus Swag Derp. Swag Derp here has black. Loose Hornet has white. And what do we see here? The material. Black has an extra pawn, but I will say white is up a little bit in development. White is ready to castle. Black's king is still in the center. And you notice black has played the move f6. A lot of times this could be a problem along the light squares. And so I believe that white has enough to make up for the pawn just because of the king being in the center and the weak light squares around the king. So that's the biggest difference in this game. He played c3 here. I don't understand that move. What he did is he actually blocked his own bishop. Now, I'm guessing he's saying to black, if you castle, I'm going to go queen to b3 and queen takes b7. But the problem with that plan is after castle, queen b3 check, king h8, and queen takes b7, we have rook to b8, which forces the queen to go to a6, and then the rook takes the unprotected bishop on b2. So the plan doesn't actually work. So all this does is just block the bishop on c3. But hey, it must have worked in black's mind, because black did not castle here and instead plays bishop to b6, which protects the file on the b file and doesn't give access to the b7 pawn there after white castles here. And then here black castles. Okay, so let's go to another game. Let's go here with Anya Jax versus Circus Master. Oh, this looks very bad for Anya Jax right now. Her king is in the center here, and she's playing guys, one of the Implodians. Now, what are the Implodians? Implodians are the kids that we train, and they use a unique system called Implods. And this system makes it very easy to read the board by using imbalances, and that's what the kids do. And so those kids are called Implodians. And so Circus Master, who is Narita Albiz, is an Implodian. And actually, we are accepting new students for the first time. Everything else has been word of mouth, but we're accepting new students for the first time because everybody is at home, and no longer are we allowed to go into the homes. And so, if you would like to get lessons and become an Implodian and learn more about it, go to you can contact us at implodianchess@gmail. Implodianchess@gmail. IMPLODIAN chess CHESS @gmail. As we see Circus Master win this game here. Okay, let's go to another game. Let's go to Ohadma versus Kolsamarif. Kolsamarif versus Ohadma. And we see this here. Ohadma is up. Ohadma is actually up a piece. And we're going to go to another game. I will be right back. We are back. We are back. World Junior Online. Starting in a moment. We have about a minute until the start of the first round. We have 2 new entries that were late for the first round, but they both get half-point buys. That's Naren and Xavier. And they get half-point buys for the first round, so it's not just a loss. And so hopefully they will have fun playing the rest of this tournament. Swag Derp is the highest rated player here at 1697. And then right behind Swag Derp is probably CPR Chess and then Circus Master. We also have in the K5 at K5 is Yashwant Abati, and that's Spider 25, who is a 1441 player. And in the K3 section, Loose Hornet is the top seed in the K3 section. Right behind him is Andy Kwan, which is Little Almond, in the K3 section here. Not many K8 players, but the top K8 player is Kusum Marif, and that's Ida, And so we're going to get ready to start this round here. 9 seconds. Let's go. All right, we're off here. The first game is the number 1 seed is Super Chester. We see a D pawn opening here, and it's against Game Is My Name. Game Is My Name. Let me look up Game Is My Name here. Let's see here. I don't see Game Is My Name. Don't see Game Is My Name. As we see a D4 pawn opening, it looks like this is a Kali system here. Guys, make sure when you guys in the future, when you're playing these tournaments, make sure that password is never given out to anyone, not your friends. That is a password you want to keep to yourself. Because if we have someone outside come into our tournament, then and they're not rated, then it messes up the whole tournament. Just trying to find out who is Game is my name? I have to find out who this is here. Now this person is over 2,000 on Lichess here. And we look at this position. Black is low and behind in development, big time, to Super Chester here. All right, here we go. Excuse me. So this is Faris Zafar, who recently registered for the tournament. And so that's why I missed him. But we have an equal position here. White has the bishop pair, so I would prefer to be white here. So, but this is going to be a clutch game here. Let's go to another game. Super Chester is the #1 seed right now. Let's go to the #2 seed, South Roslyn versus Circus Master here. And man, already we see something wrong here. Circus Master is down a piece. How did that happen? Let's see. Whoa. It was a sacrifice here. Why? I do not know. Why the sacrifice? Oh, I see. There was, okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little trick here. There was a little trick there that Circus Master missed. And the compensation for that piece was the king. This black king is in the center. Circus Master is going to want to keep the king in the center. South Roslyn is trying to figure out a way to use the extra piece. And that's a piece for 2 pawns. That's what this is. A piece for 2 pawns here. I will say this: South Roslyn he's rated about 200, I believe, and is playing very well for a 200, and also in third grade. It was in the K3 section here against Circus Master. Right. I'm looking here. Online quick rating is 684. Regular rating is 225. Okay. This is very, very surprising. The play from this kid here is 600 versus this is some great play by this kid here, South Roslyn. Now threatening to trade the queens off and enter with queen to a2. And after queen to f4 check, I guess rook to f6 is coming. Here we have queen takes c7. But then white could go maybe queen takes f2. So Circus Master, she has her hands full here for sure. Let's go to another game. Thanks everybody for joining us here in the chat. I am the coach Brian Wilson. You can sign up for our future tournaments at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. We are sponsored by the clothing line Wonderful, created by a University of Michigan student for art and design. Check that out at bcwarts.com, bcwarts.com, and that brand is called Wonderful. We're also offering lessons for the first time. If you want to be a Implodian, you can find more about those lessons at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, but also email at Implodianchess, IMPLODIAN, chess at Gmail. If you want to sign up for lessons to become an Implodian. And I will be teaching those lessons. First time I've accepted new students in a long time. So you can sign up for that too. As we're watching South Roslyn, the K3 Wonder Kid, who is playing some of the best chess that I've seen, and is playing one of the top seeds of the whole tournament here. South Roslyn, only 680 rated, online rated here, playing someone that's around 1,400 online rated. Now Circus Master thinks this is tough here. Maybe the move bishop to b5 could be played here. Probably that's the best option, bishop to b5. But we'll come back to this game here. We've been on that game for a while. It's 10 games going on now. Let's go to Swayam, who's a returning player, against Swagderp, who is the highest rated player in this tournament. And this position is pretty locked up here. 7 pawns for white and 6 pawns for black. It's a bishop versus a knight situation. But there's these double isolated pawns here. So white's extra pawn is not that great. So this is going to be a tough game that's going to go down to the end here. Let's go out of here. Let's see something here. All right, when you're done with your game, you have to wait. Just let you guys know, you have to wait until the next round, till all the games are done, before you can play another game. Just make sure you guys stay on the screen. Stay there. All right, sorry. More analysis. I will say this game here. If we look at this game, Circus Master has came back in this game. Looks like Queen b6. Oh no, this is. Now, you could play bishop takes c6. But I will say this. Or you can go queen takes b6 and then bishop takes here too. So she's thinking about that with 4 minutes. White can win the piece back. There is some tactics along the... So she does go bishop takes c6, which double attacks the e4 pawn. And then the move bishop to a2 check, which doesn't really do much here. Now white has queen takes b6. And then now Circus Master is up a pawn here. If she chooses to trade off here. So she gains her piece back. She's low in time though. It's 12 minutes or 3 minutes left. This is going to be an endgame with a pawn advantage for white. So let's go to another game. Okay. Let's go to Well, let's go to blue EP chess versus Spider 25. Spider 25 is one of the highest rated players there. Looks like Spider 25 has won that game. So go further. Little Almond versus Kosamarov. And I remember Kosamarov was one of the higher players as well. As we see Little Almond, what's happening here? There is 6 pawns, and white has a pawn advantage here, plus a pass pawn here. And wow, he plays the move c5 here. En passant is there, so after d takes c6, b takes c6, there's a queen takes d6 move. And that looks like that's going to give white another pawn. I really don't know what Little Almond was thinking about with the c5 move. Maybe forgot about en passant, but now white is up 2 solid pawns, attacking the c6 pawn. There's a weak a6 pawn here. There's a passed e6 pawn. Black is losing this game. Let's go to another game. Raceman versus Mishra. Oh, it's already over. Raceman wins that. Raceman 72 wins the game against Miss HR06 or Mishra06. Don't know how to say that username. That game was won there. There is 5 games going on now. Looks like Circus Master was able to win her game against South Roslyn with a big scare, a trap in the beginning of that game, but she comes back in that game. That was an excellent game played by South Roslyn. For somebody that low to play that way, that was an excellent game there. All right, let's go to another game. How about Swayam? This was an interesting game here. Swayam is up 4 minutes to Sweg Derp. Sweg Derp, I believe, is the highest rated player here. And I'm talking about United States Chess Federation rating here. I think highest rated player at 1690 something. We see a position where white does have an extra pawn, but the extra pawn that white has is not that great. But I will say this: white is better here. If white could figure out the play, what should be maybe knight to c3. So, as white, I would like to reroute this to the c3 square. Looks like he's actually going to the c6 square, and then maybe playing the move queen to d3. I thought it would have been better to play queen d3 and knight c3 so you can easily take the pawn on b5. But then there's the hanging d4 pawn at the end of all the trades as well. So white is trying to figure this out. And this is a position where it is probably better to have the knight in a position like this that's kind of closed. So knights can jump over pawns where bishops cannot. This bishop has to sit here and babysit the b5 pawn, and also is hitting the brick walls on g4 and h3. So white is better because of the knight versus the bishop matchup. All right, let's go to Super Chester versus Game Is My Name. And Super Chester is winning this game here. Up, not up a pawn. I said winning. I thought maybe up a pawn, but no, not up a pawn. The king, white's king, is way more active, attacking the g5 pawn. The bishop is cutting through the board on the a2 g8 diagonal. And then also white has a passed pawn in the center. So you can't say that. Now here, this was a nice move, knight to g6, because if king g5, we take the e5 pawn. But maybe now it's time to play something like e6. Okay, instead he plays bishop to g8. If knight f8, king g5. If you protect g5 with h6, then you drop the knight on g6. That was a nice move by Super Chester. This is a really nice, another in-game bishop versus knight. Shout out to everybody in the comments. If you have any questions, just, hey, shoot me a comment in the chat, and I will answer. All right, let's go to another game. That game is going to be there for a minute. You check back on the Little Almond game. Oh, okay, so Kusamerov beats Little Almond in this game like we thought would happen there. Sweg Derp. See Sweg Derp with white down to 3 minutes. Wondering if he should trade here and go into a bishop versus knight game without the queens. Instead, he chooses just to bring the king closer. Makes sense. He wants to make his king as active as possible, going to e2 and d3, and maybe be able to take the queen back with the king. But then again, the king doesn't have many entry squares, as long as the bishop is on the board. So this is a really good game here. Let's see, how many games do we have left? Let's see. We have 3 games going. Now we have 2 games going. And guys, yeah, these games probably will end quicker than the time that was given to you guys in the description for the tournament, because we start 15 minutes after the last game is done. All right. This is Swegderp and Swayam. This is a in-game, a great in-game lesson here, as we see Swayam has a protected pass f pawn, so that means the king can't go too far. And Swayam, if he would have taken that knight there, I believe might have been able to draw the game. But Swigderp is coming back. Probably we're looking at the move e5 here should be played. So he's bringing the knight in. I thought e5 should have been played there. Now, I think king to f6 is a good move. Yep, that stops e5. But then, oh, he's going to the d3 square to get in e5 anyway. Oh, he backs up and allows the e5 push here. And this is this is still a little bit better for the knight, but it is not clear. Now, I don't think I would take this pawn here. He does not take that pawn. Looks like he's going to reroute his bishop to the g6 square and use the long diagonal here. Let's check in on the other game right quick. This is Super Chester versus Game Is My Name. And Super Chester is up a pawn in this game. Game Is My Name chose not to take on b4. Both players have around the same amount of time. And after king to f6, you have knight to g6 check. See, what black would really like to do is bring his king to the g7 square. And so that permanently stops the pawn on g5. But you cannot allow the king, the white's king, to penetrate to the queen side. So this is going to be tough for Game Is My Name, who is one of the highest players in the tournament here. Plays a6 here. Hey, how about the move bishop to e6, which totally dominates that knight? I actually don't know what he would do there, but here instead, he pushes the g-pawn. He's definitely threatening g7 and bishop e6. So probably have to go knight to g8 here, check. And then maybe king to g7, even though it's a possibility that this king could enter into the queen side. And already you see the weakness of the knight. The knight would like to be on the king side or the queen side, but the knight is just too slow. And here b5 is played. That's not going to help at all. You put another pawn on the same color as the light square bishop. And Game Is My Name is trying to hold on. We're going to go to the next game. And here we go. And look at that. Now the knight is able to take the supporting pawn of the pass pawn that Swayam had on f4. Now this is pretty much a done deal. White should win this. The knight was better, and he was able to crash in with the knight and also the king. So this should be winning for Sweg Derp. He has 50 seconds left. That's the only hope for Swayam, is that he makes a blunder with limited time left. But this position is such a good position. I don't think that would be the case. So as he pushes this, I wonder if he's looking for... He did go check here. All right, so the king comes back to stop the black's passed pawn. White has 2 passed pawns. That should do it there. Let's go to the next game. As we predicted earlier, the white king it seems like it's able to penetrate on the queen side of the board, while the king and knight has to hold his position because of this outside passer. Remember, an outside passer is usually used as a distraction pawn, kids. So if you have an outside passer, you push it, make the king commit or another piece commit to one side of the board while you take your king to another side of the board and attack the weaknesses. Weak pawns. And this is what we see here from Super Chester. And hey, did not take... Oh, because he didn't want to give up knight takes b4. That was a good tactic by Game is my name there. Really good tactic there. And probably the best move here is a3. And then the king can resume going in his attack on the a6 pawn. Now the b4 pawn is protected. Now we could expect to see moves like king to b6. So after king b6, looks like he wants to play knight to d4. But we have the move bishop to e. Bishop to e4 here. He chooses to go bishop to b8. And Game is my name is down to 50 seconds. Now I think he's free to go king takes a6 now. You're probably going to see the move knight to c3 and then the move bishop to d5. All right, chooses not to do that. Sorry, bishop d3 looks like a better move. Super Chester really doesn't want to mess this up, so taking his time, Super Chester is 2 minutes to 52 seconds. Let's check in on the other game. This is our last game. See if this game is over. Yep, this is our last game here. And then we will have another break and wait for the third round. As he goes, bishop takes b5. Now, black is going to be able to take there, and now it's going to be a big race. So, bishop c6. And what you don't want to do is have black reach the c8 square and leave you with a rook pawn. Now, he checks black. That was a mistake because you don't want to encourage black to come forward. You didn't want to encourage black to come forward. So what black wants to do here is bring his king to, well, it's still going to be hard because there's a bishop on the board. So, nope, there's no way to win this game as long as white, keeps the bishop. he should be able to win this game pretty easy. You got to watch the forks here. Don't catch the winning disease. The fork is up there. Super Chester takes his time. Minute and 30 seconds left. Not falling for the fork here. He does, but he says, hey, if you take that, I'm going to get a queen. And so there you go. The knight takes the pawn. And then now the king should be able to escort the pawn for another queen. And he doesn't really care about the bishop. Black's only hope here is to get into a position where there is a possible stalemate. And in hope that white doesn't pay attention and stalemates black and for a draw. That would be a draw. And here white chooses to use the bishop as the mating helper. You can just use them on different diagonals. Maybe queen to B. So you're just cutting the king off a little bit more. You can go queen to B3. Pushes the king back. Now bishop to B3 is a stalemate. He doesn't stalemate. He just brings the king up. Makes a lot of sense. Check, and then there is the checkmate there. Good job by Super Chester in that game. And now we are finished with round 2. Let's look at the leaders. The leaders for the World Junior Online number 2 is Swag Derp. It has 2 points. Spider 25, 2 points. Kosamarov, 2 points. Raceman 72, 2 points. Circus Master, 2 points. And CPR Chess had a draw with Cutie Chess in that game. Wow. So that is, he's there at 1.5 on the first page. Cutie Chess, 1.5 there. Naren has 1.5 after missing the first round, but then winning his second round game with Xavier. And Game is My Name should have 1 point. Let's update this here. There we go. All right. Still doesn't seem right. Oh, yeah, okay. Game is My Name. Yep, loses the game to Super Chester. So, that's our first page, guys. Swag Derp, Spider 25, Kusamirov, Raceman 72, Super Chester, and Circus Master are all tied for first place. With 1.5 right behind them is Cutie Chess and CPR Chess and Naren. And then we have South Roslyn. Shout out to Game is My Name, Little Almond, A Hill 2020-21, Loose Hornet, Swayam, Blue EP Chess, SME8N, Full Happy Season, Ohadma, MS, Miss Hour 06. I don't know how to say that. 10th Teeth, a returning player from the last World Junior Online. Sunkurth. Xavier G128, Mega Hunter, Taboo Light, Anya Jax, Light Willow, Cute Sorry Painting, Akash Bada, and SME7N. 12 minutes into the next round. We will be right back. Okay, we are back. Third round has started. Looking forward to seeing some really good games this round. Let's look at number 1 seed versus number 2 seed, both undefeated. Kusamerov versus Swag Derp. And we see a Sicilian dragon here. Sicilian is signified by the move c5 on the first move. So black plays a Sicilian. It's an open Sicilian, and it's a dragon version of the Sicilian here. And you see white goes for an early trade of the bishop on h6. Usually this type of attack happens when it's opposite side castling. Not so much as when it's on the same side. But in a position like this, the imbalances, or the difference is white has better control over the center with this pawn that controls the square d5 and f5. But black has his own counterplay. He has the open c file, while white has the open d file. That's why white brought the rook from a1 to d1, because rooks belong on open files. It's open for white because there's no white pawn on the file, but it's closed for black because there's a pawn on d6. It's a nice move on c5. We have triple attack on the pawn on e4, but there are 3 defenders on the pawn on e4 as well. So I think he can actually just play b4 and kick that knight back right here. And he does that. Maybe his whole plan was to go knight takes d3 and then queen to c7 and put pressure on the c file. There you go, knight takes d3. Maybe c takes d3 should be the move. And then queen to c7. And there is a knight that can be attacked more times to protect it. There it goes. Now he can play the move rook e3. I guess that's possible. Gotta watch like knight to g4, maybe rook to g3. Or he can just move the knight out of the way. You can play knight to d5. Looks like he would just lose a pawn there. So maybe knight d5 isn't the best. Maybe knight e2. And then from here, we can reroute our knight back to g3 or to f4. So that is number 1 versus number 2. Let's go to another game. 1 versus 2. Then we have number 4 versus number 6 here. Actually, we have a Super Chester who is actually number 1 playing Spider 25, who is the 5th seed. I believe also undefeated. And in this game, this looks like this was a Sicilian defense as well. So, yep, Sicilian defense. But what happened is, oh, there was a knight takes e4 move here. And here, black is up a pawn. But the problem is the pawn on d7 is very bad. It's backwards. There's going to be a weakness on d6. So we should expect rook to d1 or queenside castle. Or he can just go kingside castle and play rook d1 eventually. So this, even though white is down a pawn, must say I might rather be white here. Just because the bishop on c8 doesn't have any good squares to move to. Look at the dark squares that white is controlling. We're looking to play a move like knight a4 and then knight to c5, which attacks the b7 bishop. So yeah, knight a4, knight c5, locking down the dark squares. Again, we are here. We're sponsored by the clothing line. Get your gear at the wonderful clothing line at bcwarts.com, bcwarts.com. Check out the clothing line by a University of Michigan student of fashion and design. Wonderful. Also, if you want to check out more tournaments from the Implodians Presents World Junior Online, or the Sunday Swiss that we're going to have in January, where there's going to be a surprise grandmaster there. We've had Alexander Linderman, Gadir Gusianov, Justin Sarkar, Mark Paraguay, all different grandmasters we've had over time. We're going to have another one of those caliber grandmasters in January. You can get more details about our future tournaments on MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. And if you're interested in becoming an Implodian yourself, you can contact us at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com for lessons or info about what it means to be an Implodian. What is it? It's a system of imbalances. We use a system of imbalances to train the children. You can also, if you're interested in lessons, email implodianchess@gmail. IMPLODIAN chess CHESS@gmail. Again, I am the coach Brian Wilson, here with you analyzing the games at the World Junior Online Part 2. First champion was CPR Chess, who's actually participating in this. He wants to defend his title. We're looking at Super Chester versus Spider 25 right now. The domination of the dark squares is what Spider 25 is exhibiting for us now. I said before, he played Bishop D6, Queen moves. He's going to look to play Knight C5. Spider 25 is a pretty good player here. As Queen to E4, of course, Black would like to trade pieces because Black is up the pawn. But as long as this pawn is stuck on D7 and the dark squares are controlled, I think White is perfectly fine here. I believe, now, I will say this. If we play a move like Rook D1, there is a Queen to C2. And then White will be down 2 pawns. But it still might be worth it after Knight to C5. It still might be worth it there. So he does go Queen takes. And after Knight takes E4, looks like maybe the dark squares can be saved with the move D5. Then again, maybe he doesn't move the bishop. Maybe he actually plays Rook to D1. But then you have to worry. Right now, we have to worry. White has to worry about Rook E2, bringing a rook on the second rank as well. So Spider 25 has something to think about. Black has defended this position pretty well. And Super Chester, who also had a tough game the last round, looks like he's fighting back here. The material is even now, by the way. So he did give back the pawn, which is a good thing. Sometimes you have to give back material. You know, the good thing about being up material is being able to give it back when you're in some trouble. And that's what Super Chester did. And that shows a lot of maturity for someone his age. And, you know, because a lot of times the young ones do not want to give up material. They're greedy. They want to be up. They want to have more. And for someone his age to give up the material and give it back, because he was sensing that he was going to be in some trouble, that showed a lot of chess maturity on the chessboard. Shout out to everybody in the chat that's watching our live stream on YouTube, Implodian Chess YouTube channel as well. Make sure you like the videos and subscribe to the channel. And if you can, share it with your friends and tell them what we have going on here at the Implodian Presents channel here, Implodian chess channel. All right, let's go to another game here. Let's go down here. Well, wow, we don't have many games left, huh? So a lot of games. We have 8 games left. I'm gonna go down a little bit. Let's go to Naren versus Cutie Chess. Cutie Chess had a draw with our champion CPR Chess, one of Michigan's former K5 state champion, Mr. Charlie Reese, CPR Chess, and also wins the first World Junior won the first World Junior Online tournament, first place. And so Cutie Chess right now, she has the black pieces versus Naren, who has the white pieces. And I'm gonna say everything here is equal, but white is definitely better here. Look at the queen h5 and bishop c4, the attack on the f7 pawn. This is the way that you use the bishop here. The bishops that white has with the bishop on b2 and the bishop on c4, look how they can cut through the position and attacking the king. And notice how black's king has no pieces around it. There's absolutely nothing over there. So I think this is a winning position for Naren. You know, you're looking at this f7 pawn is going to be so hard to guard. If you play g6, that's just a free pawn because queen takes g6 is a check. Pawn can't move because the pawn is pinned on f7. And the only thing I could see, maybe black could play bishop to e6, kind of get rid of one of those strong bishops. Black is up in some development here because the knight on b1 for white hasn't developed yet, which means the rook is stuck in the corner. So maybe he responds with the move bishop e6. He chooses not to do bishop to e6 here. And now I'm just wondering here if what about bishop to d3? Bishop d3 looks very dangerous here. You're threatening checkmate on h7, and if g6, you have bishop takes g6, f takes g6, queen takes g6 check, king has to go into the corner, and then you also have e6 check because that unleashes the bishop on the a1 h8 diagonal, and this is not looking so good for black. f5 doesn't work because en passant. g6 looks like the only move that you could play, and then Naren has to think about the sacrifice of bishop takes g6, f takes g6, queen takes g6 check, king h8. And by the way, we can continue to check and take the draw if we wanted to by going h6 to g6 over and over again. That's something we have in our back pocket, but might not need that. I don't think we need that at all because after bishop takes, and it happened. So here we go. Bishop takes g6, f takes g6, queen takes g6 check, king goes to h8, and then the move e6 check. Now, he could play f6, which he has to play that, I believe. But then we have e takes d7. So he instead goes queen to h6, hoping to get a checkmate threat here on h8. But now what you did there is you gave black enough time to try to defend here. I know the move e6 is possible, but we can play the move bishop to d4 might be good enough. That stops this bishop's attack on the king by going bishop d4. Or maybe even knight to d4, but I really like bishop to d4 here. He goes knight to d4. Excuse me. This is different here. Now, Naren has to look at the move e6. If f takes e6, we have queen g6 check. And if bishop takes e6, we do have rook takes bishop. And that looks good too, because you can't take with the knight or queen to g7 checkmate. And if you take with the pawn, then there is queen to g6 check, and then queen h7 checkmate. So e6 looks like a very devastating move here. It looks devastating. Now you just can't take that, so maybe you just have to give up your bishop. Wow, will he see the move e6? He doesn't. He goes knight d2. Oh, man. Oh, man. e6 was the money move here. It was just no way around it here. You just couldn't take it. If he played e6, you just have to leave it there and defend somehow. But I just don't know how. So this is definitely a win. It's still a better position. Probably still winning for white because he has a space advantage. Nice bishop pair. Queen is on h6, so probably still winning for white, but he missed his knockout blow as he just plays bishop to e6 here. That blocks the whole e-file, so that takes away the effectiveness of the bishop on b2. He missed his chance to play e6. Cutie Chess notices that and plays a strong move, bishop to e6. But I'm thinking that still the move knight e4 is going to come, threatening knight to g5. This is just a mess of a position for black. All right. All right, let's go back to one of the top games is Super Chester versus Spider 25 and check in on it. This is still even material. 6 pawns each, knight and bishop each. The big imbalance is black has the worst pawn structure because of the islands. What a pawn island is a group of pawns. So there's 3 in a row here. That's 1 island. There's 2 in a row here. That's 2 islands. And then there's 1 here, and that's 3 islands. So white is a little bit better because of the pawn structure. But doesn't mean Super Chester couldn't defend the position, but black is definitely better here because of that. All right, let's go to another game. Let's go to a game we haven't seen. Let's go to Raceman 72 versus Circus Master. Raceman is white, Circus Master is black here. And what's happening here? We see a bishop, knight, and rook versus 2 rooks and a knight. So, and there is 4 pawns versus 6 pawns. So here, black has a bishop and 2 pawns versus a rook in this position. I don't know. Maybe you can expect to move rook to e2 check. He does play that. And then he plays the move e6 here. Now, I do see the move rook to e1, trying to get rid of this bishop here, so this knight, but I would say, though, this knight, I don't know how comfortable this bishop is being on b5. So, there you go. He plays a4, kicks the bishop off of the b5 square. The only other square we can go to and not lose the bishop is bishop to d7. And then maybe from there we can go bishop to f5. So this is a very complicated game. Circus Master is down the exchange against Raceman 72. And let me see, Raceman 72. I was wondering who Raceman 72 is. As we look at Raceman thinking here, this is a tough game. Notice how the black king can't move because the knight takes h7, and there's a far advanced pawn on h6. Okay, this is Surya Regavin. Yeah, he's one of the late entries, actually. That's why I didn't have his name. Surya Regavin here. And this is Raceman 72. I don't know if Circus Master should have played Rook F5. She should have took a little bit more time. She made that move very fast without thinking. She really did. She made that very fast without thinking at all. So maybe her plan is to go Rook F8. Maybe that's what she wants to do. She wants to go Rook F8. So she does go Rook F8. And now I think White could play the move Rook A7 or Rook D8 and attack the bishop that's hanging here on D7. Or even can just take the pawn on A6. No, instead makes the move knight to E6. Now, I don't know if I like this as much. But I guess White is going for the trades because those pawns that Black has are not the greatest pawns. As you see, Rook F6, that still was a pretty fast move. That was a fast move. So Circus Master is starting to make moves that are very fast without really much thought. So Raceman 72 is actually 1,073 online quick rating. So played an online rated tournament before and it's 1,073. Look at this move here. This looks very bad. Very, very bad here. Mainly because Circus Master made a fast move here. There's a check here, but that check doesn't seem like it's going to do much. I don't see that check doing anything. The knight is hanging attacked 3 times. Maybe the idea is to play bishop to D7. Maybe that's the idea. but you're going to lose the E8 knight here. So this is another game where Circus Master's going to have to come back from down a piece. Let's go to another game. Looks like the game with Naren. Naren has an extra piece with 2 passed pawns and way more time. So Naren should go ahead and win that game. Let's go to MH. We have CPR chess. Whoa. What happened here? CPR chess, our champion, against MSHR06 has lost the game. Or was it also a draw? And yes, it looks like white is much better here. It has way more pawns. 4 pawns to 7 pawns. So 3 pawns up. And you see there is way more pawns here for CPR chess. What happened? There is a pass pawn coming. Whoa. And allows black to run with the pass pawns here. Oh, and then steps on E2 with a big blunder and gives up the rook here. Wow. Unbelievable. And black wins in a big upset there. MSHR 06 versus CPR chess. That was a big upset, guys. And he was the defending champion. Let's take a look at SME8N. This game is actually over. Wait, what happened here? +1. So, okay. So, white wins that game. I'm going to refresh here. Getting a lot of older games. 3 games going on now. Looks like Raceman is winning against Circus Master, so that game is over. Super Chester versus Spider 25. This is even material, but the problem for black is there is some passed pawns that white has here. Even though black has a pass F pawn, white has 2 passed pawns here and an outside passer. That's going to be a problem. So white looks like he's much better in this position. And our other game is Kusamira versus Sweg Derp here. This is one of our first games that we were viewing. Material is even, so this is a really good game here. Notice black has a really nice bishop on b7. Has good pressure on the c file. I would prefer to be black here. He's putting way more. Now he's attacking the knight on c3 a 3rd time. The knight is protected 3 times, by the way. So it is protected. And Kusamirov has only 50 seconds left in this game. And he trades that, still has a lot of pressure here. I don't know if Swagderp wants to go with a bishop versus knight in game, which I guess it could be okay for him. He should be looking to get his king into the game. like really soon. So Swag Derp, he should be looking to get this king into the game with king g7, king f6. And since we're in the end game, it's always better to have a better king in the end game. When the queens get traded off, you should be thinking about where your king should be going and what plan you want to have for your king, because your king is an attacking piece as well. Shout out to the Clayton family. 3 of them playing in this tournament together. And actually, we have a couple families that are playing here. The Clayton family, the Damati, I think it's Damati family is also playing. So shout out to the families that are joining us on at the World Junior Online Part 2. Now this has become a real bishop versus knight game here. Black is now getting his king into the game. And there is almost, this is a very dangerous thing for white to cross this file here because the knight is pinned. Luckily for him, he doesn't, the e5 pawn push doesn't work right now. That's why he played f6. But now the king moves away. He's probably still going to play the move e5 because we notice that black has 4 pawns versus 3 here on the king side, where white has 3 versus 2, but the problem is you can't push the c pawn because it's a backwards pawn controlled by the bishop here. And that's what he's trying to do now, is remove the backwards pawn there. Here he plays bishop to, he attacks the g2 pawn here. We're probably going to see the move king to e6. Makes a lot of sense. Protects the rook. King to, he goes king to e7 instead. Now you're threatening to go bishop takes g2. And now they're going down below a minute. Maybe they move f5, and what you want to do is try to push your past pawns. So f5, there it goes. F5 is a good move. And here he plays f3. King e6, bringing that king into the game. Excellent play by black here. Swag derp. And here he plays the move f4. I don't know if I agree with that move, but I will say his king, he's doing it to trap the rook. I see. He's doing it to try to trap the rook. His plan is to play h5, rook h4, and then king to g5, g3, and then f takes g3. The rook will be trapped. Kusamirov is probably looking at that right now, saying to himself, I can't allow that to happen. There's a knight e4 move. And here, there it goes. How do you defend the rook here after g3? He instead does sacrifices here, and he gives up the rook. So black is just up a clear rook here. It should go on to win the game. And look at black's king as well. Going to penetrate into the enemy's position and take the pawns. So this is going to be a win here for Swag Derp. Is there any other games here? Let's see. Nope. This is the last game, guys. And this is gonna be a win here for Swag Derp with being able, good plan to trap that rook. That was an excellent plan. And here, queen d1 check. You're gonna have king to g7 or king to b2 or king to a2. There's a check here, and checkmate. Game is over. And so that ends our third round. That is it. That ends our third round there. And our next round is in 15 minutes, guys. So you can use the bathroom, get something to eat. The leader here is Raceman72. He has 3 wins. Swagderp has 3 wins. Super Chester 2.5. Spider 2.5. Niren has 2.5. Cool Samarov 2. Little Almond has 2. And Game is My Name has 2. Ohadma has 2. Circus Master has 2. Suncriff has 2. 10th Teeth 2. MSHR06 has 2. And Blue EP Chess has 2 as well. Then we have 1.5 for Cutie Chess and CPR Chess. We will be back after, we'll be back about 10 minutes. right, we are back. We are back. And the games are underway. Let's look at our top game, Raceman versus Swag Derp. We see this is a Queen's Gambit decline because black didn't take the c4 pawn. And it's a normal opening. And there, after castle, you have h3. White is better in this opening, mainly because of the space advantage that white has here. You see black takes this here, and the main reason for doing this is so he can develop the bishop on b7. Usually it would go b5. But here he plays c5 here. That makes some sense as well. But it still doesn't help the bishop on c8. He does take on c5 here. And that makes a little sense here because it looks like what white is trying to do is get quick development. Look, aiming for playing against the bishop that's on c8. Thanks everybody for joining us here at the live stream, Implodian Chess. This is the Implodian Presents World Junior Online Tournament. We're sponsored by the fashion line, the new fashion line, Wonderful, created by a University of Michigan fashion and design student. You can find these designs. They have hoodies and shirts and hoodies, shirts, and a bunch of other clothing that should interest you. It's one of the most highly anticipated clothing lines. Wonderful. bcwarts.com. That's where you will find these clothes. bcwarts.com. And also, if you want to know more about our upcoming tournaments, you go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com to find our future tournaments. We have another one coming up on the 27th. And also, we will have a January series of tournaments, including an open tournament for everyone, not just kids, where there will be a Grand Master playing in the open section. Also, if you would like to become an Implodian, that is a kid who uses our unique system, you can go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. And you can also contact me, because I am the trainer of the Implodians, at implodianchess@gmail. IMPLODIAN chess, CHESS @gmail. As we watch Swag Derp versus Raceman here. And I mentioned before that Swag Derp is playing against the bishop on d7. The bishop on d7 is the last one developed. Notice that there's a b7 pawn and an e6 pawn that stops the bishop from having any good squares. He plays b4 to kick the knight back to a... Oh, it goes to e4. So I guess this is a good square for black. As Swag Derp trades knight on e4. And then maybe we're looking to play the move a3 here. And still the bishop on d7 is on a good square. He didn't have to play a3. There was a tactic here. If bishop takes b4, rook d8 check. And then if king to h7, there's a bishop d3 pin. So that was possible. But this is a much better position for white. I would say Swag Derp has a really good feel for the game as he plays bishop b7. Still, if you notice, b6 is played, so we can play bishop b7. But then there's the rook to d7 move that forks the bishop and the two bishops. So still not able to develop the bishop just yet. And now I'm wondering if it's possible to even go knight e5, maybe even knight to c6. This c6 square is weak, so we can kind of play b5 here, cement the knight on c6. This is an excellent position for white. All right, let's go to another game. I'll say again, hello everyone in the chat that's watching us here at the World Junior Online. As we see him play bishop to b3. Bishop to b3. So he just pulls the bishop away from the c file. Looks like he really was trying to allow bishop b7, and he falls for it. Rook to d7, forks the two bishops. How does he get out of this here? He could try to go bishop f6, but then and attack the bishop on b2. But we'll just go bishop takes f6. That doesn't work. And there's nothing else that's hanging. There is nothing else that's hanging. So that was a big blunder there. Let's go to another game. Let's look at the Little Almond versus MSHR06. And MSHR has white. See, there is a double attack on the b5 pawn here. Material is the same. White has a better pawn structure, I will say that. There's doubled e-pawns here for black. As he plays rook b8, double protecting the b5 pawn. But even though there is a pawn structure weakness, I think black is fine in this position. And they're about the same amount. They both have about the same amount of time. So this is going to be a battle here. Let's go to another game. We'll come back to that one. That one's going to take a minute. Sunkirth versus Game Is My Name. And look at this game. Sunkirth has white. Game Is My Name has black. It's even pawns. White has the doubled c pawns, but it's not a big. It's not really a big detriment to white right now. But there is a hanging d4 pawn. So did he just blunder this pawn? It sure looks like it. Looks like this is just a blundered pawn here by white. Queen takes d4 and black wins a pawn. Yeah, for sure. So he does play queen takes d4 and black goes up a pawn here. Sunkirth is up a couple minutes. So we're going to go to another game. Score ring around the rosy with these games. 10th teeth. I have to get in early to find some of the lower kids because they're finishing their games so fast. Remember, kids, the higher players are usually the last ones playing in the tournament because they are taking most of their time. So Kusamera versus 10th Teeth. And 10th Teeth has played in, this is his third Implodian Presents event, actually, from California. So welcome again, 10th Teeth. That's my homeboy, Ethan Chen. And you see, white has 7 pawns, black has 7 pawns. This is a pretty even game. White has a little bit of space advantage here, but after the move g5, looks like there's going to be some trades. And it's going to be about who has the better bishop. I will say this, you look at all the pawns that are on dark squares, I would favor white, but this is pretty equal here. Now, there are some imbalances. You see white has 4 pawns in a row on the queen side compared to black having 5 in a row on the king side. So white would like to push the pawns on the queen side to create a passed pawn. Moves like c4, b4, and c5. And black, on the other hand, is going to want to do the same thing. So we'll come back to this game here. That game is pretty equal. Naren and Super Chester here. This is queen, 2 rooks, and a knight versus a queen, a knight, and a bishop. But there is an extra pawn, and already this is ending right now. Super Chester is checkmated Naren here. So we're going to go to another game. So it seems like a lot of games have finished. And so let's check out the top game here. Again, this is Raceman versus Swag. Swag Derp. Swag Derp is definitely now is up a whole bishop. Wait, how did this happen? It didn't seem that bad earlier. Oh, that's right. It was the fork of the 2 pieces. That's right. So Swag Derp looks like he's winning that game there. Circus Master versus Spider 25. Now, I do wonder here. Circus Master. Okay, Circus Master did lose the last round, right? So Circus Master has, this is a London system where she attacks the H file here. And what I think she's going to look to do is play the move knight to d5, which would eliminate the knight on f6. So she's not worried about the pawn here on d4. She just wants to eliminate the knight on f6 because that's the only defender on h7. So knight to d5 is probably the move coming up, trying to remove the defender. And then maybe the move queen e7 so the queen could defend h7. But also there's a queen takes g6 move too. So maybe the move actually could be, oh man, this is tough here. Knight e7 stops queen takes g6. And then if a knight takes d5, then we can always take it with the knight on e7. The problem with knight e7 is opening of the d file with d takes e5, d takes e5, and then this pin could be significant on the d file. So as Circus Master thinks here, we're gonna go to another game. This is a highly tactical game here. We'll come back to that. Naren and we already see. Oh, Super Chester wins that game. So let's make sure we refresh these games here. Oh man, the game is my name versus Sunkirth. This game What is happening here? It looks like black is just going to queen here and win the game. So this looks over, and he does resign. Let's go to the little almond game here. Now white is actually up 2 pawns here. Against MSHR06 versus little almond. White is up 2 pawns. All MSHR has to do is move the queen out of the way, kind of push the passed pawn up. I would go queen to A5, hitting the pawn on C7 twice. And also removing my queen from the blocking of the B5 pawn. MSHR does do that, attacking C7 twice. White is completely winning in this game here. And then we have Cutie Chess versus Swayam. Oh, that game is over. Swayam wins that game against Cutie Chess there. And then how about 10th Teeth versus Kusamerov? Kusamerov is putting pressure on the C-file. Notice that Kusamerov does have a dark square bishop. There is a pawn on C3. That's a backward pawn. But right now, 10th Teeth is keeping everything defended right now, even though the pieces are so uncoordinated. What 10th Teeth really wants to do is bring this king over to the B file so he can defend the backwards pawn and free the rooks or free the bishop. Also, another thing that white could do now that the rook is away from the C file, because we do see that he wants to play A5, which is a good plan to play that way. To move bishop to E3 and bringing a bishop to D4, neutralizing the bishop on F6. But black is much better in this position because the pressure on the C pawn, and also the threat of opening up the A file and bringing a rook to the second rank. All right, I'm gonna refresh again. Some games I think were, so it's 3 games going on now. Circus Master. Let's look at the Circus Master game. I thought this was now. Oh, it happened. She did play Knight D5 here, but there wasn't a good response. Oh no, actually no. He has to take with the queen here. But I think actually white actually missed taking here on G6 and attacking the unprotected rook. So I think she missed that. Queen takes here. So after knight takes, now she's thinking here. Material is even. 7 pawns for both sides. It's all about this open H file. Now black is going to go queen G7 and kind of defend herself or himself, right? Queen G7. Black is also attacking this D4 pawn twice. So Circus Master does open up that D file. And then here, if you notice as well, there is a threat of queen takes F2. And also there's a check threat as well. So there is a queen f4 check. So you might have to play a move like knight h3 to try to stop that check. Or maybe you can even actually play king to g1 and don't worry about the check at all. And play something like, if queen takes f2, then rook to f1. Might be good enough. Instead, she plays knight to f3. The one problem with this is there is a knight to g4 move. And that attacks the f2 pawn and the queen here on h6. And so I don't believe she really thought about this knight f3 move. She should have thought about it a little bit more. Circus Master is down in time about 6 minutes. But I think black can really defend by just playing knight g4, and that is going to take away all the steam out of the attack. So we'll come back to this game here. Not many games left. Let's see here. 10th Teeth is still going on, and the little almond game is still going on here, but it's pretty much over here. Now here he probably should move the king out of the way so it doesn't have any back rank problems after the massive trades that's going to happen on b8, but this is just a matter of time. I don't understand why she didn't take and make a queen, but this looks like a problem as well. If you play queen to b8, then there's queen takes b8, rook takes b8, and then rook a8. And so this just looks like a win for MSHR. As he takes there, and then here comes the rook here. You can't stop the queen. If you take the rook, then he takes back with the pawn, and there will be a promotion there. And this game is pretty much over. Let's go back to the 10th Teeth game. 10th Teeth has almost 2 minutes advantage on the clock. 6 pawns for each player. This is still a grind. 10th Teeth, I would say white is worse here. There is a rook that showed up on a2. 10th Teeth blocks it with the rook on c2, which is smart. And maybe the move check and then rook a3, trying to continue placing pressure on the pawn on c3. But I would say 10th Teeth is fighting hard and really defending this bad position with white really well. And so this is going to come down to, it's going to be time on this game, pretty sure. So he plays rook to c1. Actually, that might be a mistake instead of moving the king, because now if you play king here, oh no, nope, still should be okay. Now this rook on c is kind of awkward here. It's kind of awkward here. Now after the move king to c2, I would play king c2 because I don't want to lose a pawn, because of if king b2, you go rook takes b4, the pawn on c3 is pinned. But after king c2, now we have the king defending the backwards pawn. The rook or bishop is free to move away. And 10th Teeth is going to unravel from this bad position maybe. So we're going to come back to this game. Look at the Circus Master game. This game had a lot of tactics in it. It looked like there was some queen trades here. Even material, steel. Circus Master is below 1 minute. Wonder why he didn't go knight takes f2. That looked like a good move. So I'm missing something. So maybe the move rook f2 to defend the f2 square. Or maybe he goes active and plays. He does play rook f2. There's going to be probably rook a to f8. This is a solid move. Keeping that knight pinned to the f2 pawn. Oh, he goes rook takes e4. Didn't notice that was hanging. And then the move immediately. That was a quick move for Circus Master to play a move that quick. Bishop takes b7. And then where? Oh, because she goes knight to g4. That I agree with that. I would not take on. But then there's a rook e1 checker. You're going to have to trade off the rooks. You're going to have to trade off the rooks here. But knight on g5. What's her threat? She wants to go knight to f7. But there's a rook e1 check here. And you have to block with the rook. And then maybe you can bring the other rook in too. So this is still, I would say, black is winning this game here. As he takes his time to think, we will go to 10th Teeth and check in on that game. Now it is a king and pawn in game here. 10th Teeth has only 5 pawns. Black has 6 pawns. But black also has a better king. Look at the opposition, the odd number of squares in between the king. Once white runs out of moves, which he has ran out right now, he moves his king one way and the king will go the other way. If he goes king c3, then the king will go to e4. So this is a losing endgame for white. So now you're going to see Kulsamerov go to the c4 square. And remember, guys, if you're down a pawn, you want to keep at least one rook. You don't want to go into a king and pawn endgame because those are not forgiving when you're down in pawn. Not as forgiving as having one rook. There's so many ways to draw when you have a king and rook in pawns and versus king and rook in pawns. It's so easy to draw in a game like that. Sometimes even having 2 extra pawns is not enough to defeat you. So you want to keep one rook at least. All right, we're going to go as black enters the position. He's going to take on b4, create a outside passer, and that's going to be pretty much it in that game. Let's go to the Circus Master game here. Think what happened actually happened like we thought it would. Yeah, so it was rook e1, he takes. Then there's a check here. Now she checks here. I'm not understanding why she would play that check. It really didn't make any sense there. And then didn't allow knight takes f2. That didn't make any sense. But I will say this. White does have a lot of pieces around the king. So she's hoping that's going to be enough counterplay. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. You got moves like c6. Oh, now that probably is going to hurt there. That is going to hurt. Now, what did she do? She went bishop to b3 without thinking, and then now rook takes g5, and that's going to win a piece. She plays rook to f4. All black has to do is play the move rook f5. That should protect the knight on f2 and also stop rook f7 check. So that's what happened. Circus Master is running out of options. She only has 20 seconds left. She plays rook to b4, attacking the b7 pawn. But then again, you have the simple bishop to c6. It activates the bishop, attacking the g2 pawn, and also protects the b7 pawn. All right, so king e2. Don't really see any counterplay for white here. Down a piece and 2 pawns. And the game, 10th teeth. You see black is now queening the pawn. So 10th teeth will lose this game here to Kulsumerov. And there is the checkmate. We have our last game is between Circus Master and Spider 25. This game is almost over too. Now, what happened there? There was another blunder. Yep, there was another blunder because bishop e6 is rook e5 check. Skewers the king and the bishop. And right now, Circus Master is just playing on, but it's only a matter of time before it's just losing. She could actually resign here. I don't know, maybe the move bishop takes b7. Black is trying to find that mating net now. White wants to go rook takes, doesn't do that. It wanted to go rook takes g4 and then king takes e3, but black sees that, plays rook to e4, threatening a trade of rooks here. Of course, Circus Master doesn't want to trade, so probably will play the move rook to b3. Oh, she does trade. So bishop takes e4, b3. There's bishop takes b7. Doesn't do that. Bringing the king closer. Bishop takes b7 is there again. Then we have the move g5 and h4, grabbing a pass pawn here. But black decides just to go for the king side instead. But now, since white has committed to the king, to the queen side, now black could play g5. There it goes, and h4, grabbing a pass pawn on the other side of the board. And after move c3, probably the move king to e5. Now white is going to be forced to go to the other side of the board. Here's h4, so this is going to be a queen because the knight covers the h2 square and the bishop covers the h1 square. So there's nothing that white can do about the queen promotion. And then queen b7, we're looking for a mating net here. Probably bishop to d3. There it goes. And the move queen. Oh, he checks instead with the knight. And then the move queen to c2. Game is over. And that ends the round. So, I'm going to refresh this here. The next round is in 15 minutes. We're going into the last round. Swagderp is undefeated with 4 wins here. Spider 25 has 3.5, and Super Chester has 3.5 right behind him. Then you have Raceman with 3, Kusamerov 3, Game is My Name 3, Blue EP Chess. Is now in here. I think that's Park, Ethan Park. MSHR has 3. CPR Chess has 2.5. And Naren has 2.5 here. Circus Master, Suncrith, Little Almond, 10th Teeth, South Roslyn, Swayam Ohadma, SME8N, Ananya, Jax, Cutie Chess, Full Happy Season, Loose Hornet, Light Willow, SME7N, Akash Bada 123, Cute Sorry, Painting, A Hill 2020-21, Taboo Light, Xavier G 128, and Magenta Hunter. Magenta Hunter right there below. All right. All right. So we're going to be right back in around 13 minutes. Thank you for joining us here at Michigan World Junior Online. Not Michigan World. World Junior Online. And presented by the Implodians. And we will be right back. Yo, yo, yo. What's going on? Welcome back. We are going into our 5th round of the World Junior Online Tournament, sponsored by Wonderful. You can check out Wonderful special clothing designs at bcwarts.com, bcwarts.com. All future tournaments you can see on michiganjuniorchessarena.com, michiganjuniorchessarena.com. And if you're interested in lessons and becoming a Implodian, you can contact us at implodianchess@gmail. IMPLODIAN chess@gmail. All right, let's get into the games here as they have begun. Number 1 versus number 2 is Swag Derp versus Spider 125. Now I know we have these usernames, but Spider 125 is Yashwant Reddy, who's around 1400, and Swag Derp is Arjun Suryawanshi. And I don't know what his rating is. As we look at, this is a Dragon Sicilian. It's actually a Dragendorf, actually, because there's a A6 and a G6 move here. As Spider 125 is trying to solidify the center. See a quick B5 that was played. And then Bishop D5. Very interesting opening here. These are two of the highest players on actually Lichess as well. You see, Swagderp has a 2021 Lichess rating, and Spider 25 has a 1949 Lichess rating here. Swagderp is Arjun Suryawanshi. Shout out to you. You're doing a really good job. He's undefeated so far. And I think Spider 125 actually has a draw in his and all the others are wins. What I'm doing is I'm searching up Arjun's rating here. Okay, so Arjun is actually around, he's 1518. His online quick rating is 1518. His regular rating over the board is 1707. So very strong player. His online regular rating is 1697. So right now he's 1518. So both these players are a pretty even match. And I want to say this as well. You see that these are two 1500 players playing, and their Lichess ratings are very high. So that shows you how different the Lichess ratings are compared to the real ratings, our over the board ratings. So basically, if you're around 1900, you're probably around 1500 in real life over the board on Lichess. And these are the longer time controls. It's different. The more volume you have, more people that are playing that time control, the more accurate the ratings are. So if this was 5-minute chess, the ratings will be way more accurate than it is when it's a longer time control, because most people don't play long time controls online. There's a lot of blitz, a lot of bullet. So those ratings are way more accurate with the strength of the player than it would in a long time control on lichess.org or even on the other websites. As we see, White still is a little bit better here. Really good control over the center. Nice knight on d5, pawn on e4. But Black is perfectly fine here. He's able to play a move like knight to b6 maybe. Even though I don't think I would play that. Knight f6 looks interesting, attacking the knight and the pawn on e4. But also just simply castling. Because the one thing that Black does have is the bishop pair. The pair of bishops should be very significant in a game like this. Well, even though White has control over the d file, more space, and a little bit a better development, those bishops are going to be a nuisance. The longer the game goes, as pieces get traded off, the better those bishops are going to be. So this is our top game. This is going to be for the championship here. If somebody can beat Swagderp, if Spider can beat Swagderp, that's going to change some things, because if we look at the standings, Swagderp is up top of the standings at 4. Spider 25 has 3.5. Super Chester has 3.5 as well. And actually, Super Chester, let's get to Super Chester's game, who's playing Kusamerov, who has 3 points. And Super Chester is Sarish Mishra, who's also played in a World Junior Online tournament. I believe he's played in 2 of them. He played in the Sunday Swiss featuring Alexander Linderman, and also a World Junior Online tournament as well. So I think he's played in about 3 of the tournaments that we have given. We look at this position. Black does have the pair of bishops, I see. There is 6 pawns for each side, but Black's king side position isn't that great. But Black has really good control over the center of the board. He has 2 center pawns, and just look how these pawns are going to come down the board, controlling the center. So those pawns can be very scary as he plays a3. I would guess he would play the move. Oh, I thought he would play bishop to a5 because the rook will be attacking the b2 pawn. But he chooses to take there. And if he plays c4 here, the only place the bishop can actually go is bishop to g6. So after a bishop to g6, this bishop is very awkwardly placed. Super Chess is going to have to think about this, because this is a moment where you might want to think about trying to surround this bishop on g6 somehow. And that's what he has to think about here. So we'll come back to that game. Here, let's go to the bottom games here. I'm going to go to the bottom games here if I can find any now. Already some of those games have completed. They don't give me enough time to get to them. It's 11 games going on. Let's look at SME 7 right here versus Light Willow. All right. In SME 7 Ian versus Light Willow, we see a queen. SME 7 is up a whole queen here. And it's a queen and rook versus 2 rooks and a bishop. He does have the move queen to e6. He could play the move king to e2, attacks the bishop here. I would bring this rook from h1 to d1, bring it back into the game, because this rook is not on open file. Rooks need to be on open files. Oh, and SME 7 blunders. He gives up the queen. Oh my goodness. Wow. On c5, and that is going to be a tough one. Going from winning to now losing. Let's go to another one of our lower games. Let's look at Full Happy Season. Shout out to Alex Wang with Full Happy Season, and then Cutie Chess, and that is Mansvini Mbati. Shout out to Mansvini. Thank you for playing at the World Junior Online Tournament. And this is still pretty much in the beginning. Now, one thing I like about these two players is that they both have castled. Now, Cutie Chess does have the problem of the weaknesses around the king. So right now h6 is very weak. Have to defend that somehow. The only way to defend it is king g7 or king h7. I actually think if king h7, then the best move would be move like bishop to g4 to bishop to f5 check. So probably don't want to do that. So he plays knight to d4. Now here white should take this pawn on h6. Why? Because after knight takes f3, g takes f3, the g file is open for white. White can simply move his king to the side and play rook g1. Game is over. So I think this is a winning position here for white. But white instead moves the bishop to h5, still attacking the h6 pawn. But that would have been a crushing blow to go queen takes h6 and allow the damaged pawn structure around the king just to get the rook to the g file. All right, we're gonna go to another game here. We were looking at QD chess. Let's look at Loose Hornet here. Loose Hornet versus 10th Teeth. That's my homeboy Ethan Chin versus Loose Hornet. Remy Delmat. Remy Delmate or Delmat? Remy, let me know how to say your name. But Remy Delmat, who's Loose Hornet, and 10th Teeth is Ethan Chin, who's played in many of the World Junior and Implodian Presents tournaments so far. This is a position where black 10th Teeth has a extra pawn. Looking to promote the extra pawn here as an outside passer. So that's definitely an advantage for 10th Teeth. But has to watch it here, because what Loose Hornet would like to do is play the knight to d5 and then to f6, and then swing the rook around to d8 and then to g8, and that will be game over. So 10th Teeth has to watch out for that. As he's thinking here. But he should just push the pawn, and 10th Teeth just pushes the pawn. And whoa, so e6 is played here. And then there's going to be a move king to f7, which double attacks the knight and the rook. He's going to have to move the rook back. 10th Teeth does play that. If knight takes, you got king takes e. Oh, then he gives it up. Oh, but what a tactic here, because after king takes e7, then there's rook to rook to g7, and then rook takes b7 here, and white now has won the pawn back, but it's still a passed pawn. As 10th Teeth goes to try to move this pawn forward. Problem is Loose Hornet's king is so close to the pawn, this pawn will not make it. The king and rook will be able to double team that pawn. While on the other side, white has 2 pawns versus 1 here. So black is going to probably have to come to the realization that he needs to take these pawns with his king. So 10th Teeth needs to play a move like king f5 and come on here to g4. And just realize that the pawn on a3 is gone. That pawn won't make it. Now that was a big mistake here. Oh, lucky though, king c3 probably saves the game. King c3, rook c1, and then king to b2. But what is he doing? Now he allows rook to d1 check, and then there's a queen going to show up on the board. So 10th Teeth gets the queen. And now all you have to do is, bring the rook to h1. You're going to pick up all the h pawns, and that will do it. We're going to stay just to see if 10th Teeth knows how to checkmate with the rook here. Looks like he does. So what he's doing is he's cutting the king off, drawing a force field, making sure the king cannot cross that line, and he's just shrinking the box here. So now the rook creates a box that's 5 by 3. The king cannot get out of that box. And what you want to do is you want to keep shrinking the box until the king is forced to the corner, and then you'll deliver the last check. The box is now 2 by 5. And now he's going to shrink the box to a 4 by 2 box. And now it is a 3 by 2 box. And now once the king goes into the corner, then that's when you deliver the check. Excellent technique by 10th Teeth, who finishes with a win in the last round. So we're just going through all the lower rated games here, trying to make sure we get them some analysis as well. Looks like all of those games are done right now. Yeah, looks like those games are done. So we have only the top games left. And let's look back on the battle for first place, which is Spider versus Swag Derp. Of course, if Swag Derp wins this game, he is the World Junior Online 2 Part 2 champion. First one was CPR Chess, Charlie Reese. But if he loses this game to Spider 25, Spider would most likely be the champion. Of course, there could be some tie breaks there. That would give Spider 25 4.5 out of 5. And right now, I must say that Spider is doing pretty good job. Look at the pressure that he has on the D file. There is a weak D6 pawn. Also, you look at the double pawns here. For black, which blocks the bishop on G7, and even though black still has this nice bishop pair, where you notice that he's attacking the E4 pawn 3 times now. Maybe he could play the move F3 and then kind of move the king away from that diagonal, maybe king to H1. So that he doesn't have to worry about this E4 pawn anymore. And also another thing about F3 is that you can, after F3 and maybe the move F5, I would say, you can actually take that and try to do a end game where there is, now wow, look at that, Queen D2. So he allowed bishop takes E4, which would be a blunder by black, because after bishop takes E4, you have F3. And that bishop can't move because it's pinned to the queen. So Spider 25 is putting a lot of pressure on Swag Derp as they go below as he goes below 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go to Super Chester, who also has 3.5 here, playing Kusamirov, who has 3 points. Now this looks wild. Black is up a bishop, but that king looks very bad. Black is currently up a bishop, but that king looks so bad here. It's currently black to move. And Super Chester is actually a very talented elementary player. Sasrish Mishra. And I believe in the last World Junior Online, Mishra scored high as well. But I will say, even though I said this earlier in this game where we've seen all these pawns coming down, black's king would be a factor. And Super Chester is in the tank now, thinking and thinking and thinking, trying to come up with a strong move. So we'll go to another game here. Let's go to blue EP chess. And this is Elbert Park. K5 player. Against Raceman 72. And that's Surya Raghavan. Surya Raghavan. And black has 3 pawns. White has 2. That's an interesting move, A4, because I see the move King E3. He actually goes King to E5. Where now you see the rook is now attacking the A4 pawn. And then now I think black can just take there, and then now black is completely winning with 2 extra pawns, especially with an outside pass pawn. Now what I would do here is I would play the move rook A3, force the king back, and then play the move H4. But instead he plays rook H4. And it looks like he's going to try to defend by using the rank. And I don't like this technique from black to put pressure on the rook to defend the A pawn by using the rank. But I guess it still should work okay. After A4, I think white should probably cut the king off with rook to D8 so the king doesn't travel over to help the pawn promote. And he does play A4. Should play the move rook D8 to kind of isolate the king away from the pawn if he ever plays A3. So he checks the king, but the king actually helps white out by going backwards, and now the king is cut off from action. And actually here, you can actually play the move rook to A, which this would be a good move too. Rook. So instead he plays rook to G. G8. This is a very tense game here between these two players. We'll come back. MSHR06. This is Haratha Rajiv. Here, I don't know how to say your first name. Please help me. But Game is my name. Wins this game here. Game is my name. Wins here. That is Faris Zafar. And finishes the tournament on a high note. Let's refresh here. And there's 3 games left in the tournament. All right, guys, after the tournament is done, then what happens is we're going to wait to make sure there was no improper play. We're going to wait to make sure there was no improper play before the ratings go in. And once those ratings go in, then we will be contacting everyone about their placement for the trophies. And everyone will get an email to let you know if you have won something along with the standings. Once everything is calculated to be proper, that means there's no computer engine assistance, because if someone did actually cheat in one of the games, those games are actually taken off. You will get credit for a win in those games if you've played someone with improper play. We have not had that issue, but just to keep everything fair, just letting you guys know, it takes a minute for those games to come in to make sure there's nothing wrong with those, and then we'll get those games rated. And once those games are rated, then the trophies will go out. Once we send an email to you, we will require your address so we can send the trophies to you. As we look at the top game here, Swag Derp versus Spider 2-5. They're going under 2 minutes here. This is the game between number 1 and number 2. Now, I must say here, I would much rather be white here. He goes knight to d5. If bishop takes d5, I believe he's going to actually go queen takes d5 here. So Swag Derp is now under 2 minutes. This is getting tough here. We have also still we have our second place game here. That's Super Chester versus Kulsamarov. This is a big one because Super Chester also has 3.5. If Super Chester is able to win this, where he's actually up a bishop for a pawn. C4 doesn't work because of the move bishop to C6 or bishop E6 protects the queen. But I guess after the move bishop E6, you do have queen G5. Queen takes G5, and that king is so bad. I could see white picking up a bunch of pawns, because after queen takes G5, guys, this is going to be 3 pawns versus the piece. And so this not so clear with these 3 pawns, and there is pass pawns here as well. Now we'll say this, after queen takes G5, there is a bishop to C4 check move here. I mean, bishop takes C4. So this is I could feel the tension in this game here after queen takes G5 was played. Now queen D1 check is something here. King F2 and then queen takes C2 check. So maybe that's what black would do here. Queen to D1 and queen takes C2 check is a move that could be played here. It's going to be big. Let's go to our other game here, our number 1 game. Spider 2-5. He actually took with the pawn here, which I'm surprised that he did this. But actually, looks like he's probably going to win something here after knight takes C4. But then there's an F5 move here. And where do you put this? Where do you put the rook here? So after F5, the problem is, where do you put the... Oh, he actually takes the pawn. I was wondering what would happen if he played the move F5. How would he guard the knight? Then rook F4, then you had G5. You couldn't guard the knight. The knight was going to be lost. After knight takes, there's no counter to this. Or unless you play, maybe you could play the move. There's still no counter. You could play the move to B4. But after F5, rook H4, G5, that's it. The rook cannot stay on this rank, and you're going to win the knight. So that was big here. We see the move rook E8. Ooh, this is also pretty big here. He has to play bishop to f8. And he can't play rook. There was a checkmate threat here. Rook d1 check. Rook e1. Rook takes d1. He plays king to f1. Stops the checkmate threat. And then king g7 releases the bishop. But this bishop is stuck here behind a lot of pawns here. I'm gonna guess he's gonna play the move king to e2. No, instead he plays the move knight to e3. Probably the best is to go play rook to a8, attacking the a6 pawn. And then maybe even knight to c4, attacking the a5 pawn if he pushes it. So after a5, you have the move knight to a4. I mean knight to c4, which attacks the pawn on a5 twice. Man, this is getting good, guys. This is a battle for first place between Swag Derp and Spider25. Let's check in on the game. So this game was won by Super Chester. So Super Chester wins this game, and that means Super Chester right now, as we speak. Oh, but he has 3.5 here. No. We have to refresh this. We have to refresh this here. Yep, Super Chester is now in first place. Now, that's only if these two players draw and maybe Super Chester has a chance then. But Spider25, if Spider25 wins, Super Chester will be helped out by that. I don't know whose tiebreaks is better. I think Spider25's tiebreaks is better. But a draw would be devastating for both players, I believe. If this game ends in a draw, then that would help Super Chester. And right now, I see 5 pawns versus 6 pawns, but also I see double pawns here, and I see 2 pass pawns here for Spider25. And I think Spider25 is winning this game here. He's going to look to control the b6 square. So what he should do is play the move. Oh, no. Instead, he's just going to push the pawns, which makes a lot of sense. Pushing the pass pawn, the knight controls a5. Black needs the king. He needs the king badly. But f5 won't get it done. Now the move a5 is coming. And there won't be anything stopping these pass pawns. Swag Derp goes under 40 seconds now left on the clock. Then we probably going to see the move. Yep, there is b6 here. He goes to d6. But then these pawns are just too fast here. Now you're going to see a7 and a8. And he resigns. That's it. He resigns this game. And I believe that is the last game here. And so the champion here is Spider25, Super Chester. And we don't know. Spider25, it says he's the champion here. We don't know how the tie breaks will go, because remember, this is just Lee Chess. We're using the real United States Chess Federation ratings. Okay, we're using those ratings to determine what tie break is won and who gets the championship. So do not look at this. This is judging by Lee Chess ratings. But according to Lee Chess, it's a tie between Spider25 and Super Chester. We do not know who's the champion just yet and who will get the first place trophy. And third and fourth, you see there's a tie with 4 points where we do not know yet what's the outcome yet there either. So I'm gonna make sure that everyone knows because we're going to be sending emails. All right, so emails will be going out to everyone, and once fair play has been checked, we will send emails out with the trophy list and the standings, and also the rating cross table, because this tournament will be rated online, quick rating by the United States Chess Federation. And once that is done, we will request your address so we can send those trophies to your home. All right. For our sponsor, Wonderful, make sure that you check out the clothing line there at bcwarts.com, bcwarts.com, our sponsor for this tournament. Also, if you would like to enter in our future tournaments, go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com to register for future events. And if you would like to get lessons and become an Implodian, you can contact us at implodianchess@gmail. 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 All right. So thanks everybody for playing, and thanks everybody for watching us live here on YouTube, live stream for the World Junior Online tournament presented by Implodians. I am the coach, Brian, and I will see you at our next tournament.